Okay, it says I'm live. So I am going to take it as word and I am going to start. I just spent the last hour trying to do a video on a run through of my bullet journal, which isn't completely set up yet, but I bought one of those clip on camera holders. It works great, but getting it lined up, having a little problem with that. Just when I think I've got it lined up, I realize it's not lined up. So I've done it twice now, and neither one. One, the phone rang, the other phone, which was loud as anything. And this time, unfortunately, I realized that half the book was off the page. So I thought I had it lined up, but I still have to learn how to use it. It clips onto the table, and then it holds the phone over what you're doing. That way you can, put your hands in there and work. And you don't have to worry about the tripod like Laura said she was doing. And I'm like, glad I don't have to do that. So this came in and I figured out how it works and it works great. So I have that. So I did that twice now. Hi, Greg. I did that twice. I have to redo that video because it didn't come out right. So 3 times the charm, let's hope. So I have that, and I've been working on beta readers and all the corrections. And you don't realize how much there is till people start saying, hi, Laura, this isn't right, this isn't right, this, you've got to change this. I was talking about I spent the last hour or so trying to create the video, the walkthrough in my bullet journal, which isn't very neat. I'm still learning how to letter, and I have terrible handwriting. And 2 people have requested me to do a run through of my bullet journal. I got a piece that hooks onto my table that holds the camera because I use my iPhone to make my videos with. But both of them were messed up. So I have to do it for the 3rd time. Hopefully 3rd time's the charm and it'll be okay. But it works a lot better. Laura suggested, she says she a lot of times hugs her tripod trying to do those kind of things. When you're just putting your hands in and you're showing something, like the book. I'm like, I tried to hug my tripod. I said, that's not going to work. I'll wait for the the clip on to come in. And I can use it for other things. I could clip it on my bedside table, plug the charger in, and put movies on and just lay there in bed and watch movies or binge on something on TV. It's on Netflix or any of those things that I have on my cell phone. Because it clips on most things and it holds my phone. At first, I couldn't figure out how to do it. I'm like, oh no, my phone doesn't fit. And it just took me a while to figure out what I was doing. So that's what I was talking about, right? I was talking about the fact I was trying to make that video. Laura says, developing my ancient civilization for the short story with the ocean-inspired plants and animals. I think they buried their bodies in the ceiling so they don't get eaten by roaming creatures. Interesting. Very interesting. You got quite an imagination. And to keep coming up with stuff after stuff after stuff, I think that's amazing. And as I was saying, I finally finished Megan's beta reader report. So I have 2 that are done. And both of them don't exactly agree with what they both have valid points, but they don't agree with each other. Like, they both didn't say, you did this wrong. You did this wrong. I've got, things from both of them. So it's like, it's good because I'm getting more information than just one person. giving me, suggestions, but I was hoping that, they would give me, say, oh, well, I think this should be, and give me some, idea. Instead, they both have different ideas on what they think should be fixed. So I'm still going through them, and I got a couple still that I have. I'm not sure if anybody else has gotten back to me with any of besides those two. I think they're the only. My best friend started, but I don't know if she continued. I'll have to check and see if she did anything. I don't think anybody else has done anything. So far I have two, and I did the easy corrections. I did those, the things that the spelling errors, the missing quotation marks. I put it on the one and don't put it on the other. I do that quite often. Tense changes, those kind of things. I just went in and fixed. But the ones that are going to require rewrites going to take a little bit longer. And let's see, Laura says, then a body can fall and scare the pants off my main character. Oh, sounds like fun. Is this the one due Monday? There's a dog barking outside. I tried cooking chicken in the crock pot today. Due Monday. Okay, so I thought, yeah, you got to get working then. So I tried putting this chicken in the crock pot. It's still raw. 2 hours at high. It's still raw. Wonder if I'll get to eat that chicken today. It's on high. I didn't put it on slow cook. I put it on high. And I went and I thought, this feels a little weird consistency-wise. So I pulled a knife out and I cut into it. And I'm like, oh, it's still pink. So, yeah, won't be eating that chicken. Maybe, maybe tomorrow if I'm lucky at the rate it's going. So let's see. Listening to dark cathedral ambiance to try and get in the mood. The cell phone driving me crazy. I was waiting for someone to come today. They had an appointment. And at half an hour past our appointment, I called the company and said, did I get the date wrong? And she says, I don't know. It says today. I don't know about the time. And she said she found the time. She goes, I'll try reaching out to him. Maybe he'll get back to you. He calls me at 7:30 to say, and of course the cell phone was cracking up and I couldn't hear what he's saying. So as far as I know, he's coming tomorrow afternoon, which means I have to do what I have to do earlier because he's coming. It's been crazy. And my aide has been out sick, so I've had a new aide who I'd like to have as my aide, which she's willing to do, and I would have days again, but she's pregnant. 6 months. So she would only be here for a short period of time. Now, if my aide that has been out all week is actually quitting, which is a high possibility, then I might as well take what I can so I can get it and worry about it because I'm going to need a new one anyhow. So I could go back to days. And we get along. And that's a big thing, because she has to help me bathe and dress and all that stuff. And if you don't get along, it's really hard. Really hard. Greg says, oh, wait a minute. Let's go something. Laura says, it sounds like the big open underground room my main character's in right now. Greg says, I got stuck in chapter 3 of my novel. I have to get a good idea to get unstuck. So Laura says, maybe we can help you brainstorm. That's a possibility. I guess if you have some details that we can try to think, help you brainstorm. I know it's hard when you get stuck. I didn't have that problem with my first one because that was like a brain dump. I mean, like I said, I don't outline, and I just dumped it all on the page, and it was, pretty much not a problem with anything. But then found number 2 wasn't so easy. And then this third one that I'm writing, I'm thinking maybe I'll make that number 2, because that one is kind of, have to outline it though. I don't like the idea, but I'll have to outline it. Okay, so Greg says, it's a post-apocalyptic setting. My main character gets taught about bacteria and disease. He will poison city wells later in the novel with the strain causing an epidemic. Okay, I have to figure out an entertaining way of explaining how bacteria cause disease and spoil food. An entertaining way of explaining. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I have anything that will help. At this point, I think, Laura, you've done some sci-fi sort of work as well, right? Besides the horror? I don't have any real experience in that kind of stuff. So I'm really not, especially post-apocalyptic. Maybe the main character finds an illustrated children's book in the remains of a library. It teaches about germs and viruses in a simple and colorful way. I knew she'd come up with something. Good thinking, but the main character gets taught by another character. Does he have to be taught by another character? I mean, it would be that difficult to change your story. I'm not telling you to change your story, but is it something that you could change? Or does it have to be the character getting taught by another character? I was thinking about the teacher showing 2 apples, a fresh one and a rotten one. The museum exhibit on it has a video on loop that is still going that tells about germs. I'm not much help here, I'm sorry. But she's got some great ideas. I do like the museum exhibit on loop. Like you said, it's still going on. And they stumble across it or something. And the medium is not so much the issue. It's more about using props or saying it in an interesting way. Well, she's giving you a couple props. How about, I know you said it's not about the props, but Hi, Mary. They were talking about the sci-fi guy. You know, and you're talking about finding, you know, something on a loop. What if they had I can't, something nigh the sci-fi guy. I don't remember his name. Something like that. I mean, I don't see why two people couldn't stumble onto something like that, and the one could say, I've never heard of that person, and the other one explaining who it is and, you know, what he's about, and something like that. What is that guy's name? Something, something nigh the science guy or something. It rhymes. They don't rhyme. It's hard since they are microscopic. Maybe he molds models of the bacteria out of clay and shows how they divide. Bill Nye, the science guy. That's it. Yeah. I understand he was a big show there for a while. Maybe, you know, like the thing about the link coming across, you know, something like that, you know, where he's explaining about that particular topic. And the one guy has to explain to the other guy because he doesn't understand. He's not a science person, but the other guy is a science person and understands. So he has to explain it to him. And maybe you can look up a couple and see if you can find some of those shows and watch them. I used to watch him in class in elementary school. I know he's pretty old right now. But I do remember hearing about him and seeing him. I've seen him several times, but I don't know about his show that much. I don't know if any of that helps. I mean, if it gets to the point that you can't get any further, you may have to give on something and backtrack and go a different route, as much as you may not want to. If you can't move forward, you may have to back up and start again. I mean, nobody wants to stop and back up and start over again, but if one isn't working, it's not going to work. You can't just sit there indefinitely trying. So Mary says, I wasn't born when this show first came out. I never really watched it. I mean, I know who he was, but I never really watched it. Greg says, I'm thinking maybe my main character will be shown a 1,000-year-old apple in a jar. It's still fresh because it was put to a sterile environment. Interesting idea. You might have to do some Googling to see if those kind of things are. That's where I get really, you know, sometimes I come up with these ideas and it's like, I got to Google it and see if it's possible for these things to happen. Just like the pasture broth. That could work, a lot of things. I know I've had to look a few things up because I had to find out if you could do a DNA test on a fetus. Yes, you can. If you can, I know you can survive with only one kidney because my grandson only has one kidney. And whether or not you can grow it back. So depending on why you only have one kidney, it is possible, because this was intricate to my story, and the answer was important to where I was going to go with the story. And I found that they can grow back in certain circumstances. Now, his died, it just, as he was, they could see it on the ultrasound, and they could see it getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and then it disappeared. And he was born with just one kidney, which was oversized to help take over the extra work of having only one kidney. He's doing fine. It's not affecting him so far. So he's been great. So, but that's one of those things where I had to do a lot of research on different things that are weird, but you can find that kind of stuff out there. But I had to do that because it depended on my story, which way it could go with what the answer came out to be. Mar says she remembers an episode of a kids' horror show where a mother and her kid would sleep in Tupperware so they would never age. Really? Wow. Interesting. Oh, yeah, Greg. I can attest that it's true. My grandson has one kidney. They knew there was an issue when he did the first ultrasound. Something was definitely not right. So she had to keep having ultrasounds. And they watched the kidney get smaller and smaller and smaller, and it disappeared. So they didn't have to do surgery to remove a bad kidney. It just was absorbed into his body. And he was born with one. It's oversized to try, and my grandson is approximately 11 years old, somewhere like that. And they said that it shouldn't be a main issue, something they just need to keep an eye on. They check them every other year or so, do an ultrasound and scan it and make sure that the kidney's still working. If it gets to a point where he may have to watch his diet later in life. But so far, he's doing great. He's doing very good. So, he's been very lucky. So despite only having one kidney, he's doing great. Because you can live with just one. And you can actually be born with just one, because he was born with one. So that's what gave me the idea of the story. But I needed to find out whether or not it could grow back, if that was possible. And it is. Hi, BA. It is possible to grow back in certain circumstances. His has not grown back. And I really don't think so at this point, but it can be. So how are you doing, BA? We were just talking about science. And Bill Nye, the science guy. Yeah, I don't know how it'll affect him as he gets older. But right now, he's fine. But it's something that he has to be checked I think it's every other year. I don't think it's every year. I think it's every other year. He also had a bladder issue. So did my other grandson have a bladder issue. I don't know what that was all about. My two grandsons had they're kind of close in age. They're a few years apart. They both had bladder issues, but the other one also had the kidney issue. Really strange. Well, I love science. I assume that's supposed to be Bill Nye. It is awesome. I've seen him briefly. I didn't really watch his show, but I have seen him. I think my first introduction to him was in The Big Bang Theory, where they did a section with Bill Nye. Yes, that's my first introduction to him. Well, Greg's having a problem with science. He has a question. He's stuck on his book, and he was asking a question, and we were trying to help him, but I don't know anything about science personally myself. Laura had a few ideas. Hopefully he'll be able to use one of them and not have to redo the story and change the whole way of doing things. Hopefully, anyhow. And yeah, you were the one who told me about the clip for the cell phone, and it works great. I just have to get it centered right. My centering skills need a little practice, but it works really great. It snaps, it hooks on the table. It holds the phone. It's perfect. I can sit there. I don't have to hug my tripod. My hands are free. And I have short arms, so they didn't go around the tripod at all. There's no way that was take. The tripod would go next to the table, and then me try to stand around it. That wasn't going to work. So I'm glad that came in the other day, and it's great. So I thank you for that idea. That was great. And like I said, I could use it for other things. So like I could hook it to my bedstand and put the charger on and put a binge watch something, and not have to worry about the holding the phone or having to charge it, because it could be plugged right into if the charger's long enough. It probably is long enough if I put them on the table where the charger might be okay. Yeah, I really thank you for the idea. That was great. Really, it really works well. I was a little worried when it didn't say my phone on it, because I have a new iPhone 12. No, I don't have the fancy one with the little phone that pops out. I get just a regular iPhone 12, but it's bigger. And I'm like, how do I put this thing in? And for the life of me, couldn't figure it out. And I finally realized, wait a minute, stupid. Put it in the way it fits, and then just turn the hand, the arm. You turn the arm moves anywhere you want it to go. So I finally got it. Just took a little bit of time for my brain to function and figure that one out. So, yeah. So it worked out really great. So I've done it twice now, but it hasn't been lined up right. And the first one, the phone rang, and I had mess that was I realized was in the seam around it. And I got the second one. I thought it was lined up. And I don't know whether when I hit the record button, I moved it. But when I pulled it out and looked at it, it was half the book. I'm like, well, this isn't going to work. So I get to do it again. Each time I do it, maybe it'll get a little better. Keep stumbling over words and stuff, It's like practice. I'm getting practice. I have to look up the different links I want to put in the description for people if they want to use the stuff, whatever. I'm still working on lettering. No, I'm not very good at that yet. It's not very neat. I'm still trying. I have such lousy handwriting. So, should we do our first sprint? Since it's been a half an hour. Believe it or not, it's been a half an hour already. I'm getting hungry, but that chicken's not cooking. Not too happy with that. Wanted to eat it. Okay, good. Let's spread. Add it to my stream. 30 minutes. I think everybody here is okay with 30 minutes. I don't think we have anybody new in here. So I'm going to make it 30 minutes. Timer. All right, 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Now I just have to figure out what it is I want to do. I got enough to choose from, that's for sure. See you all in 30 minutes. My mic's muted again. I'm so sorry to see you had to leave, Laura. I did not realize you had left, and I see it was a while ago, so you probably still aren't here. So, hope you have a good night. And how did everybody else do? I wrote another piece in my prompt story. It's now 24 pieces long, 24 parts. I still have to figure out who's going to be murdered and who the murderer is going to be. Because I think I'm going to do that rather than make it a young adult romance, which is really not my thing, and make it a portion and put it in a series that I have already started. I just have to figure out how to link them and who is going to end up dying. Somebody has to be murdered. Kind of like close to my characters that I've already created, so I'm not sure, except for there's a couple people that I'm not too fond of, so I don't know. I might think about maybe having one of them, but then I'd have to figure out who was going to do the killing of them. Because I don't want it to be my favorite people do it, because then they go to jail. So Mary said, finished my psychology assignments. Now I'm ready to world build. Well, there you go. World building. That could be fun, I suppose. I did world building, but it's contemporary, so it's, I haven't done anything like completely build a world where you have to complete everything. Every possible thing that you can think of that you have to create. But that's good. Glad you finished and can start working on your work now. Greg says, I didn't do badly. I got partially unstuck. That's good. In writing chapter 3 and wrote 168 words. I now have 34,002 words in the entire novel. That's a nice amount of words. Very good. I know you said it was going to be a long one, so you still got a long ways to go, though. If I remember correctly, you were planning a long one. So you still got quite a ways to go. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do with that story. Write a young adult romance or try to make it a murder mystery story that goes in tandem with the one I already wrote. I have to hook them together somehow, which I've got an idea how I can make the connection, and I would have to figure out how to put this. I figure I can take the mother in this story and connect her to working in the restaurant with the girl, main character, female. I have both a male and female main character, and I can maybe have them connect that way. It would be a lot more writing because I'd have to build that up, and add, get them so that they were close and get their worlds together so that they're part of the same town and all that stuff. So, thinking about it. Greg says, did you ever write fantasy or sci-fi? For the most part, I would say no. I have written short stories that might teeter on those particular genres, but for the most part, no. A short story here and there to fill a prompt or so. I've done a couple of them. but I'm not really interested in fantasy or sci-fi, so it's not something that I really write. I've done a few prompts, like I said, that have dealt with that subject, but for the most part, it was just something really simple, very short story. I don't mind. Well, I'm really not a fantasy person. I don't really like to watch or read fantasy. I am reading one right now. Abigail Ford has a second book to her series out, and I got it and started reading it. And it's not bad. It's not something that I can't put down. It's not, maybe it gets, you know, maybe later on it'll get better and it'll catch my interest more. But I'm not really into fantasy. And then sci-fi, it really depends on the sci-fi. I do like sci-fi. As far as writing it, I'm not really interested in writing it. But I do like some sci-fi. It really depends on the sci-fi. Because I have, over the years, seen a lot of movies. Probably not much in the way of reading sci-fi, but I've seen TV shows and movies. So, yeah, not much. I don't know if I'll even, I had one that was, well, it was either fantasy or sci-fi. I mean, it was one of these that I'm doing like I'm doing now with the parts, using the prompts each week, and it could have possibly been sci-fi if I wanted to continue on with it. But I'm not really familiar. Since I don't really watch it or read it, I'm not really familiar with it. It would be really hard for me to write those things, not being into them. Whereas I read thrillers, murder mysteries, and stuff like that all the time. So, I'm more interested in that. Romance, if it's part of the story and not the main part of the story, it's just an incidental, that's fine. I'm not really big into romance either. That's why I don't know if I really want to do this as a young adult romance, which is even harder. Just got to keep within the guidelines of young adults. So that's why I'm thinking maybe I'm going to change that because there's. Hi, Jocelyn. Oh, nice to see you. I know you said you were going to stop by. And you did. That's great. Hope you're doing well. No, I don't write romance, really. Jen writes romance. I'm writing thriller. I'm doing a thriller. I'm not really doing romance. I don't even think there's really, well, there's a husband and wife in there, but they're having issues. But no, I'm not a romance writer. Jen, if you remember Jen, she's in here quite often. She writes romance. She's a ghostwriter. She writes romance on the side for other people. So other people take her take her credit for her work. Greg is saying hi to Jocelyn. Jocelyn is my aide for this week. She's filling in. And she told me she would stop by and see me. And here she is. So we just got done doing a sprint, and right now we're talking about what we've done. Jocelyn loves romance. I love the Story of Passion series by Lauren Kate, so I love romance. I used to devour romance novels when I was younger, and it just got to the point that I couldn't take this happily ever after because it wasn't real, and it was really messing with my head. And my doctor's like, "Would you please stop reading that stuff? It's not. It's not real. Life is not like that." And so I kind of had more to like Nora Roberts, who will have like there'll be a love interest in there, but it's not the main part of the book. It'll be a mystery or something like that, and then a romance on the side. And I might end up putting something like that in my series, as I go along. That may end up being something. Well, especially since I've got this romance going now between these two young people. If I combine these stories into a series, then there will be some. I just started a romance novel that I got off the internet. I decided to read it out of curiosity, and I don't know. I don't know if I want to get back into reading romance and write. I was thinking about starting writing it. I got a couple books on how to write romance. I haven't read them yet. So I've thought about doing it. And I am writing romances. I mean, the story I'm doing now is a young adult romance. They're 19, 20 years old, and, they're just starting to experience life. They're, they're still virgins. They're 19 and 20, and they're still virgins, but they're not ready to delve into a full-fledged at this point. That's the way the story's going right now. I mean, I'm doing it with prompts, so I don't have a lot of choices sometimes, so it may change as time goes on. I'm glad you stopped by, Jocelyn. It was nice of you. It's getting warm in here again. I think you remember how how it was warm, and then I got cold, and then it was warm. Well, it's warm again. Well, thank you. uh, yeah. I mean, I don't know what you read. If you want, if you're interested in reading, I have the thriller. It's not done yet. It needs work. It's in the beta reader stage. But if you like to read that stuff, I'll print your copy and you can take it with you and read it. The other thing is on my blog. And there's my blog at the bottom of the page. If you go there, oh no, I didn't put it. Yeah, on the blog, and click on like the three. What is it? Three things. I think it's the three things. It's one of the last ones I ever. Click on it, and then it'll give you all the parts of the story, which is 24 pieces now. Okay, I'll print that out then, and you can take that tomorrow and read it if you're interested. The other thing, I'm still working on that. It's not done. My thriller is still needs work, but you can read it. I'll print it out for you. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a nice night. You're welcome. Like I said, check out mine. If you want to check that other story out, which is kind of a young adult romance, but they're still, virgins. So, okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Night now. Okay. So I need to get that started printing. We'll start another, what you call it? Another sprint. You guys ready for another sprint? Start another sprint. Start putting my story out for her. We'll give it to her tomorrow. Okay. All right. Well, let's start another sprint so I can mute myself so you don't hear the printing. No one wants to hear my printer printing away. It's right next to me. So, timer. As soon as I find it, where'd you go? There you are. All right. We're going to set it for 30 minutes again. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I will see you guys in 30 minutes. Alrighty. Well, that was another 30 minutes that seemed to get out of control. I just had somebody read my story that's up on my blog. Not this one. It's another one I wrote. I've been working on my memoirs, and I had I have 6 out of 9 or 10 chapters up there, and they were reading it, and so I just went and reread it over. I mean, it's a little different now because I wrote that a while ago, and now I think how far I've grown as a writer. So, you know, in ways, it probably needs some work, I can see, but at the time, it seemed perfectly okay. But, you know, the more we write, the more we learn. And I finished up that 24th part of my story. How'd you guys do? It doesn't look like there's too many people left here. They lost almost everybody. How'd you guys do? And my printer is pretty weird. So I'm getting very little. It's really tiny. And it's only on part of the page. And I don't know what that is. Something to do with the formatting. That's a lot of paper I'm wasting right now. I hope she can read that, because it's a mess right now. I'm really annoyed. I don't know what Word did to it. Did something strange to formatting. Greg says, I got 230 words and I feel inspired now. And I'm so happy to hear that. I'm glad you feel inspired. I know how hard it can be to get into that rut and just think like you can't get out of it. So I'm glad you feel inspired now. That's wonderful news. I gather you came up with a solution to your problem. I got to eat my chicken finally. Finally cooked. Took forever. One high in the crock pot. Finally cooked. What page am I? It's so tiny though. I don't know what it's doing. Wasting a lot of paper and ink right now is what I'm doing. Hopefully she can read it. I'm kind of caught. I'm not totally caught up with my prompts for my blog, but the one for the story that I'm writing, I'm caught up, and I'm kind of disappointed because I want to keep writing. I mean, I could start copying it page by page onto a document in Word so that I can start actually work on it. I'm going to have to start, like I said, an outline for this one, because I'll have to put in pieces, filler, because I jumped around. I mean, I didn't jump backwards out of order or anything, but some of the stories took place like within a couple of days or a day, and then some of them would jump ahead for months, and obviously can't have doing that, so I'll have to fill it in, and it needs more. Obviously, it's just quick stories I'm throwing together for the prompt, but that's going to be a big project. Taking the copy and each piece over into Word. Word is so finicky. And I don't know what it's doing now, but it's putting something on the right-hand side. And I don't know how to fix it. And I thought copying it into a fresh document would fix the problem. Guess not. Because I'm looking at what's printing, and it's a mess. Very, very annoyed about that right now. Now, I don't know. Oh, just write on the paper. Think. I don't know if anybody. Yeah, I'm gonna put more paper in. I don't know if anybody else is here besides you and me, Greg. Oh, the number just jumped again. Maybe somebody's here. Oh, hi, BH. Oh, that's tiny. I've got 100 pages or so left to do. Oh, we got Allie here. Hi, Allie. I went to sleep at 10 p.m. Now it's 2:30 a.m. Do I write or do I sleep? Me, I'd be up writing. That would be me. I can't say for you, of course. I don't know how you are, but that's for me. BH, how am I? Well, the pain in my arm is very little now. It just hurts if I press on it really, really hard. So that's pretty much okay. Other than that, it's fine. Let's see. It's 8:30 where BH is. It's 9:30 where I am. So Allie is in the UK. Greg is in, what was it, Ireland? Did I get that right? So he's over there too, if I'm not mistaken. I try to keep little tidbits in my mind of where people are. It's 9:30 where I am. So nice to see you guys. We just finished the sprint. Oh, why isn't this start? I'm trying to print out a copy of my latest, my only real book for somebody, and Microsoft Word has decided, I don't know what it is, but I've got this really skinny, tiny, yeah, okay, you two are close. 2:30 there too. UK and Ireland. Okay. Wow. BH used to live off Eastern time too. Since I have been here for a few years, I'm on Central time. Yeah, I'm on Eastern, so it's 9:30 here. This thing is so tiny, and it printed, so it's wasting ink printing something on the right hand side. Don't know what it is. It's really tiny. Hope she can read this after I just spent all this money on paper and ink to print something. That's cool. You guys are really close. Yeah. Well, my ancestors are from Scotland. Does that count? Mm-hmm. My mother's mother, her whole family was from Scotland. Uh, Edinburgh, I don't know, Edin something or other. I like to go. I would love to go to Scotland and see castles. I love castles. And since my ancestors came from there, it'd be neat. But I really doubt that's ever going to happen in my life. Now, I will never say never, but it's highly unlikely that that will ever happen. Hallie says, think I'll get up, go potty, and get a snack. I'm hungry. I just ate my chicken finally. It took about 3 hours to cook in the crock pot on high. It's just finally cooked, so I just had some chicken. And I know it's cooked because I took the fork toward it to it and it fell apart. So I said, okay, it's finally cooked because first time I tried it was still raw inside. So that's what I did. We're getting ready to do another sprint here soon. Hopefully my printer's not too loud for you guys. Cereal. Well, that's suitable for 2:30 in the morning, I guess. I don't eat cereal myself, but certainly figure out how many more blog posts I need to do. Oh, man, all my pencils are running out of little legs. Yep, that one's pretty much done too. Trying to figure out what I have left to write of those. I have to check my email. I don't know if I have any. If my friend finished doing the beta reading for my novel or not. I finished the 2 that were definitely done. So I got them done. And but I don't want to start writing until I get these back. I don't want to start writing and then have to change something if somebody came up with something else. Are you committed to a that's a bad word for me. Specific number of blog posts? Oh, no. It's my blog, and it's up to me what I post. It's just that I have certain prompts that I enjoy doing. So I commit myself to doing them because I like doing them. And, you know, we're kind of, just like on Authortubers, we're kind of a community in, you know, the blogging world as well. So, you know, I get to know these people the same way I get to know all you guys. And, you know, we read each other's blog posts and stuff like that. So I'm not committed to a certain number, but I try to keep up to date. I find if I don't keep up to date, it's harder to get caught up. And right now, since I'm doing that one as a story, if I don't keep up, it's going to be a lot harder. And I want to keep doing this as long as I can to the words that she gives me. Because that's how I'm getting ideas for my story. There'll be a lot of stuff I have to fill in between, but I'm, you know, I'm getting a lot of, I don't know what you would call it, a lot of sections that I can, it's just why I said I would have to do an outline. I'll have to take each one and put it in and try to fill in areas where there's, you know, where the story covers a couple days or 3 days or so, or, you know, or 3 posts cover 1 day. Those I need to, you know, obviously fill in other stuff. So I'm going to have to do an outline for that, whether I want to or not. I don't have a choice. I just have to do it. As far as commitment, no, it's my blog, so I'm not. Now, when I was writing blog posts for the bipolar blog, I had to submit a new article every single month. That was the requirement when I first started. And then they decided to make it everybody, it was assigned certain months, so you didn't have to write as many. At first, I had one to do one every month. And then they dropped it and made it a couple times a year, so it wasn't as many. But they kept changing hands, and I just finally gave up because there was too much nonsense going on. I started dealing with them. And once my bipolar was under control, I didn't have as much to write about. So I just stopped doing that. So there I had a requirement, yes. But as far as my own blog, though, I wish I knew what this stupid thing is doing now with this. Because it's really tiny. It's on the left side of the page, and I got a big gray stripe about 3 inches wide on the right side of the page. Wasting paper galore. And it's really tiny. And hopefully she'll be able to read it. But I don't know why it's doing it. There's something wrong with my formatting in Word, and I don't know how to fix it. Wasn't doing that when I started it. Oh, I missed something here before. So she's going to make cereal, and I didn't write before sleeping, so, but I did figure out my plot problems for my superhero novel. Cool. I missed that part. Didn't even see it. I'm hungry. He just had a chicken, but it wasn't very much. Just chicken isn't a very good meal, to say the least. All right. Well, let's get another sprint going because it's been a while. Now, it's true. I didn't ask. BH is usually fine with it, and Greg is usually fine with it. Allie, I usually write 30, I usually do 30-minute sprints. So are you okay with that, or do you want to shorten it? I always give people the choice. Most of my regulars usually do 30. But if you have a desire to write less than 30 minutes at a time, let me know before I start this sprint. Otherwise, it's going to be 30 minutes. I'll give you a few minutes to put an answer in the thing if you want to do a different time. This thing's going to run out of paper again, I bet. There's still about 100 pages to print. How many pages is this thing? Because it's taken. Looks like 198 pages, which I think is about the size it was. But the way it's small now, and that stripes on the side. Dropping things. All right, since I did not see anything otherwise, I'm going to put up our normal 30-minute sprint. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah. See, a lot's been happening since I was writing. Okay. So Mama's here. Hello. Nice to see you. Ye says she's brain dumping. Let's see. BA says I'm having internet issues again. Deep breath in and out. Ugh. Jen says hi. Hi, Jen. BA says hello to Mama and Jen. Jen says I'm just popping in to say hi. I'm eating dinner in a bit. Well, hi. I hope I didn't miss you. What time did you pop in? Hopefully you're still here and I can say hi. B says to me, I'm going. I might be back later, but if I'm not, good night. I have to do a few things around the house. Okay. Goodbye, BH. Good night if you don't come back. And Rosalind is here. Hi, Rose. We had a few change in people. Well, finally stopped printing all those pages. A huge pile of paper and all those pages, almost 200 pages. And I guess it would have been a lot more pages. No, because it printed small. So I think it's probably the same amount that would have been on the page if it had printed at the size it was. Greg says, I'm still here, got distracted. I only did a couple of words. That's okay. We all get distracted. It doesn't matter. I finished printing finally the story, but it's so darn small. I don't know what word is formatting, why it's formatting the way it's doing. I never expected it to print like this, and by the time I realized it, a good bit of it already printed, so I just left it alone. Hope she can read it after all that. It's big tiny. And it's huge. I was going to put it in an envelope to give it to her. I have to put it in the file folder instead. Because it's huge. Stick. This whole file folder. You know, you can fold them to different sizes. It's so thick, it fits in the thickest piece. Oh well. I tried. What can I say? At least you can still read it. I'd have to wear my glasses if I was going to try to read that. I don't know what's up with Word. It's always something. It's probably something stupid, too, that I hit. Really, something really stupid. That pen's about had it. I mean, pencil's about had it. Okay, so you know, they don't have an internet issue, BA. I went to look at the other night's you know, the review, they put it up for you to look. I don't know what it's called. My mind's not functioning fully here. But yeah, it was really bad. And I hope it's not doing that right now, because I mean, everything looks fine. Nobody said anything, but it wasn't, that particular part of it anyhow was pretty bad. I'm like, oh, please don't be doing this again. So I mean, oh, and we had talked about Twitch. I don't know if anybody here was here. And it seems that Twitch isn't so great. And Kate Kavanaugh did a big thing on about coming back to StreamYard because Twitch is not what she was thinking it was going to be. Not happy with it. So she's coming back to StreamYard. So maybe all the other people that followed her may be coming back, possibly. She said it wasn't what she expected. She wasn't happy with it, and she was coming back. So I know I was not impressed with the little bit I saw of it that night. I went to check it out. And I knew a couple people were there, so I tried looking them up, and I found the things. And I'm like, I'm not exactly thrilled with it. And I don't, it kept talking about money, and I don't know what that meant, whether they went money for the people that were, like Patreon is available, if it was something like that, or they meant, cost to use Twitch, because, I mean, I pay money monthly to have my own branding and unlimited streaming. I mean, they only give you 20 hours free, and that's just, like 4 times. If you keep them at 2 hours and you do 2 a week, 4 hours. So you could just barely, if you made it strictly no more than 2 hours, you could get a whole week, a whole month in twice a week, 2 hours only. So like what I was doing, be done in no time. So I ended up paying for the monthly unlimited because I stream much longer than that. So it looks like we lost some, we gained some. Which is, tonight is usually, Thursday night is usually, one of the big streamers is on the same time as me, so I figure if I get anybody at all, I'm happy. So, what's it? So I wrote another short story, and then I started reading some of the other people's short stories. Because I would link it in if you ever heard of Mr. Linky. It's used, a lot of bloggers use it, and you can post your stories in there and they're all in one place instead of having to go to each. I mean, you go to each person's website, but all the links are in one place. It makes it easier for the people not to have to do a roundup and type in all those links. Because this one that I just did, the woman had stopped doing it because she had gotten cancer and was, going through a lot of chemo and stuff like that. And she wasn't able to keep up with it. And everybody was saying how much they missed it. And so she said, well, I'll try coming back and see. She goes, but I don't think I'll be doing, she used to reblog a lot of posts and stuff like that. I'm not going to be probably able to do much of that. And then somebody told her about Mr. Linky. And you know, you could go and put all the stories. Everybody could put their story in there, and then she wouldn't have to do all the links. They would just go there and they could get each story. So that's what she decided to give it a try. So today is a trial. So I just put mine in there, and I read a couple of the ones that were in there. Because these are people I'm used to reading. I don't have a lot of time to read, you know, all the blogs I used to. Now I kind of like read the ones, like check in on some of the people that read mine. I try to go in and, you know, read theirs every now and then, just out of courtesy. I can't spend hours and hours and hours on end just reading blog posts. And then, you know, once you get to a certain point, it's hard to keep up with all the people you're following. It's hard to do. So I don't do a lot of blog reading anymore. Just like I can't follow everybody's Authortube channel all the time either. I just have to pick out the ones that sound the most important and the most interesting and go with that. So many people. Too many people. I try. So are we ready to do another sprint? I think we got a couple people here. I've got at least one more blog post to do tonight. At least. Rag is asking, would you be interested in reading the short story I wrote 6 months ago? Sure. I read Laura's all the time. I don't read all of them. The girl writes a lot of stories, but I've read quite a few of them for her. I would be certainly interested in reading a short story. Are you looking for comments or just what are you looking for? You have to let me know what you're looking for so I can, when I'm reading, I know what I'm looking for. Are you looking for corrections? Are you looking for comments? Are you looking for, you know, does the story make sense? You know, what are you looking for? Just let me know what you're looking for so I know what to look for. If you don't want anything, if you just want me to read it, I can do that too. Okay. I'll be glad to read it. Okay. What genre am I am I getting here? All right, so it's kind of like an alpha reader. They say when you have someone reading through something that hasn't been really, you know, edited and proofread, then it's kind of like an alpha reader instead of a beta reader. But you did the dialogue in a bit of an unusual way as you were experimenting. Okay, let's see how let's see what's going on. what genre, because that'll make a little bit of difference in my feelings. I mean, I have read fantasies and beta read them, but that person also gave me a list of questions that she wanted answered. So it was a little bit easier to read it and answer her questions. Where did you send it? Where am I looking for? Did you send it to my email, or did you share it in Google Docs? How did you send it? So I know what I'm looking for. All right. Well, there's no link above because you can't send links because you don't have the wrench. So if you put a link in there, it's not going to show up. If you put it in the comments. It's not fantasy. I'm not sure how to classify it. Okay. So we're not sure what I'm getting here. But as far as links, you can't put links in unless I go in and actually give you the wrench. You can either email it, put it in Google Docs and share it, or I can give you a wrench and then you would be allowed to put the link, but then everybody would have access to it. So if you don't mind the other people in here actually looking at it too, then I'll give you the wrench and let you put the link in. It's up to you. But as far as the link, without having a wrench, you can't put a link in. You let me know what you want to do. If you don't mind the other people in here seeing it, I'll give you a wrench. That makes you a moderator. It makes you able to post links. Laura has one. There's a couple other people that have one. Okay. Give me a second. I have to actually go in the actual link for the stream. Find you. There you are. Add as moderator. Okay. Now, you should see a blue wrench next to your name now. Find so many things open, I can't find it. You should, in the comments, when you go to comment, you should see the blue wrench. And you should be able to post your link now. And that'll be all the time. I mean, if you're on here at another time and you have something you want to post, you know, you can post links now because you're a moderator. I've given you moderator status. Okay, let's see here. I have to go into the other thing to see it, of course. Can't see it in StreamYard. I have to sign into Medium. It wants me to sign in. I'm reading it now, sorry. Hmm. I'm still reading it, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm ignoring people right now. But actually, I'm engrossed in the story. I'm still here. I can't stop now. Yes, I was very engrossed. I saw one typo, but other than that, the story was very interesting, very engaging. I enjoyed it very much. It was great. So yes, the link did work. Obviously, since that's what I was doing, I was reading your story. I enjoyed it very much, very much. I think it was great. Like I said, one small typo I found, and other than that, it was great. I love the story. So job well done. Got a little emotional, but I got a little emotional. It was fairly near the top of the story. Let me see if I can get back into where was it? Where did you open at? Five apples high, that would be it. It's pretty close to the top. Let's see. Maybe it's not as close to the top as I thought it was. Either that or it's not sticking out at me this time. I think my blood sugar's dropping. I gotta go get something. I gotta go check it. Right this moment, I can't find the typo. I can't find it right this moment. If I find it, I'll let you know. I have to go check my blood sugar. I'm sorry. My blood, I'm pretty sure it's dropping. I have to get something right now. I'm going to start a sprint, you guys. I know I kind of let everybody else on their own while I was reading that. I don't know if they were reading it too or not, but I enjoyed it very much. But let me start a sprint, and then I'm going to be right back. But I know my blood sugar, and that's not a good thing. All right, where's the timer? Timer. There's the timer. All right, 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I will be back here shortly. I've got to go check it. Oh. Yep, it dropped. Oh, getting shaky. Gotta get something in me. No, it wasn't restoring my blood sugar. I have diabetes, and my blood sugar dropped very low. I just have to eat something to bring it back up. So it has nothing to do with your story. Your story's fine. I enjoyed it immensely. I thought it was a very well written story. I did enjoy it. It's just going to take a little bit of time, though, for the food I'm eating, the carbs, to bring my blood sugar back up. I caught it, though, before it got really low. It could have been a lot worse. I found it. Let's see if I can post this. You should be able to find it in the story if I post this here. I'm pretty sure that should be built, not built. That's the one I saw. Just built. I'm sure should be built. Just built a new greenhouse. Well, in a way, it was kind of sort of a romance at the end. And I don't think it really has a genre. I don't know what all the genres are, if there's something for that or not. But the way I took the ending, that the two of them got together, if I understood that right, if I read it right, at the end there, it seemed that the two of them got together. Um, well, it's not. If you had written more, I would say it would be a full romance, but you didn't. You wrote enough, but I don't know if I would call it romance in the sense of what romance is. I think I was just going to try to look and see if there's a list of genres out there. That's a lot of genres. Excuse me. Oh, I'm looking. Um, there's a bunch of them. Short story is considered a genre. Doesn't really say you have to One of the main genres of writing. Let's see. Google's not helping much. It's giving me all kinds of stuff. Hmm. Romance. Yeah. Yeah. I would say it's partially romance and it's a short story, which is another type of genre on its own. Could also be drama, a little bit of drama. But romance seems to fit more with the whole thing. I mean, I didn't, it's not like I saw it coming when you started the story. I never would have thought that that was going to end like that. So you definitely, you caught my interest and you kept me reading. I wanted to see what happened. And I certainly didn't expect the ending. And it was a little bit of romance. Well, it was very good. I mean, if you were going to write more than a short story, then you would have, it would probably be more romance than anything. But I liked it. I enjoyed it. Well, you're welcome. Like I said, it was a little emotional too, because I knew what was happening to the father, and of course that bothered me because I get emotional and those kind of things. So that part made me a little bit emotional. And then, reading and realizing that the house he was selling was his parents' house, and he went back and he saw the tree, and I think it was very well written. I think he did a very good job with that. Ooh, I threw it away and it wasn't empty. You're welcome. I'm glad I read it. At first, I was a little afraid it might be sci-fi or something like that. I'm like, or fiction, and I'm like, well, they're not exactly my favorite, but that type of story I really enjoy. So that was a surprise. I didn't know what to expect. Yeah, I'd say it's a romantic short story. It's not a full-blown romance story, but it's a romantic short story. I mean, I had no idea where it was going in the beginning, so it wasn't predictable, which is certainly a good thing. And it certainly kept me attentive. I wanted to know what was going on. I think you did a great job with that. I don't know if anybody's still here but you and me. It says there's 4 people here, but I don't know if they're just busy working or whatever. So you now have the rent. So if you ever have something else you want to post, you can. Oh, okay, you're still here. You can post now any links if you want to. I don't know if you read the story, Allie, but it was pretty good. This one's about to run out. I'm not even going to try starting anything. It's about to stop. I'm sitting there. I went back to look at something on the regular page, and I couldn't figure out how it suddenly jumped back up to 17 minutes. I'm like, oh, that's right. I'm not on StreamYard right now. I'm on the website. The website's behind. That threw me for a loop there for a minute. Yeah, that's gonna win it. Less than a minute. That's gonna win it. Less than a minute. Five, four, three, two, one. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. We finished another sprint. I finally got my blood sugar back into a more normal range, so I don't feel so horrendous. Did anybody else get anything done? Nope. Well, since you were asleep and then woke up, I don't blame you for not doing anything at this point. 4:30 a.m. now, sleep's creeping back in. Yeah, I can understand that. It's 11:30 here. Greg says I'm getting too tired to write anymore. I am doing backups. Yeah, I'm kind of tired myself. I got woken up early this morning and didn't get much sleep last night. I'm tired myself. I don't, I guess everybody else is gone. Just nobody else answered. So most likely when you guys both go, I'm probably going to just stop writing. I may do something here, but I mean, stop the stream. Tired than I realized. Maybe I won't be doing anything after this. I don't get enough sleep, and I take all this medication that makes me tired all the time. Anyhow, I have sleep apnea. And I said, well, I got a machine. Why don't I feel better? He's like, well, you take all these medicines that have sedatives in them that make you tired. I'm like, well, I need them. So I take opioids and anxiety medicine and antidepressants and you name it, and it all has sedatives in it. And I'm like walking around like a zombie. Sit down in a chair and fall asleep. I've fallen asleep during sprints before. I'm like sitting there and all of a sudden I jump. And I don't know if people noticed or not. I'm like embarrassed. And I fell asleep sitting here. This is a short sprint for me. I'm only going on 4 hours. So this is very, very short for me. I'm used to long sprints. This is a short one. Little baby one. Oh, I gotta remember that chicken's still in the crock pot though. You can't leave it in there all night long. I gotta put that in the refrigerator. A mess to clean up in the kitchen. Wish I could figure out what was wrong with the Word. Somehow the formatting screwed up. I don't know how to unformat the screw up. Because even if I open a new document, it seems like the new document has the same thing in it. So it's got to be in the formatting. But I don't know what it is. So I don't know how to fix. How do you fix something you don't know what it is? Ridiculous. I didn't realize it was still there. It has to do with layout. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. Okay. Doesn't appear to be anything under there. Let's see what's under here. I don't think it's a border. I don't think so. No border. Nope, it's not borders. Does it show up in the print preview? Good question. Yes, it does. I didn't notice that when I printed this. So it shows the left side is the regular document, and on the right is about approximately a 3-inch stripe down the right side. And it is definitely in the print preview. So what would it be? It says mark. When I click on the thing, it says markup area. Now where I saw that, and it's thought it wasn't markup area. We're gonna see markup area. Oh, it just shut itself down. Interesting. Jeez. Yeah, it's a 3-inch gray stripe down the side, and it says markup area. If I hover over it, I remember seeing something about markup area. I must have turned something on in the formatting. It shut itself down. I don't know what I did to it. I just shut it down by mistake. Gotta wait for it to come back up. I probably hit something, not realize it. All right, design, review, review. Why isn't it preview? All right. What did I call it? Markup something? All right, markup. I gotta look at it again because now I forgot what it said. Now it's not doing it. No, Mom. There it is. No, is that it? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it is there. No, I didn't show up in the print preview that time. Yep, it's there. Got it. Mark up area, it says. I did do it, and it did the same thing and brought it with it. Mark up area. Let me see if I can find it and help. No markup. No markup. I think I got rid of it. Find out in a second. Turn it again and see what happens. I don't see it. I can't believe I printed the whole thing out with that stupid thing on there. It's gone. I managed to get it. Now I managed to fix it. Couldn't think of it before I printed all that out. It said markup area, and I looked up markup area, and it let me click on markup area in that gray spot. And when I clicked on it, it said, you know, show markup area, no markup area. And I hit no markup area, and it disappeared. And now it's gone. But I still don't know how I put it on there. So I don't know how to avoid doing it again, because I don't know what it is. But I looked it up, and I was able to get rid of it finally. So it's not there right this minute. But I printed that whole document out, so it's real tiny because of that stupid thing. Word can be a pain sometimes. Well, I hate Google Docs. I hate doing that at all, completely. Well, it appears fixed now, so better save it before I do it again. Hopefully it'll save it and that won't show up again. Stupid thing. It was kid after all. Sometimes I'm just plain lucky. Dumb luck. You are using LibreOffice for your novel. Did you ever try that? I never heard of that. Tell you the truth. I have, the heck's that called? I've forgotten the name of it now. I'm getting tired too. Not making any sense. You know darn well what I'm thinking of, and it's not coming. Scrivener. I have Scrivener. And I have Google Docs, which I hate. Scrivener I haven't figured out how to use. LibreOffice, I don't know what it is. Is it similar to Office, or is it something completely different? Very similar to Office. It's not one I've heard of, that's for sure. I have a ton of things open. I can't even find anything. Oh, oh yeah, I was going to make a thumbnail, wasn't I? Canva's open. To make a thumbnail. have to make the I made the thumbnail for the video. I have not created because I did it twice and it didn't turn out right. But I did the thumbnail, so that part's done. I had to close some of these tabs. I have so many tabs open, I can't even see what they are anymore. Donate. Oh, so it asks for. They don't charge money, but they ask for money. Open Office. Is this the same as Open Office? They're talking about Open Office. And I used to use Open Office, which is similar. I didn't care for it, but I didn't have access to regular Office, so I had to use it. Open Office, yeah. Originally based on Open Office. I used to use Open Office. This is based on it, so that was free too, but I didn't really care for it all that much. Yeah. Yeah, it's like Open Office. Yeah, I wasn't particularly happy with Open Office. The fact I couldn't, you know, I hate the fact that, these programs, you can't, it's hard to transfer between them because they're not compatible. It's like when I transferred my file from Office into Google Docs, the formatting went berserk. So what they're getting to beta read is not exactly how I formatted my story, but that's what they got when I copied it into that document. And then when I copied it back over into Office, I had to go in and fix everything, look for the different things that got screwed up in the process of copying it back and forth between them. And they're definitely not compatible. I've got all these Office documents now. Everything's in Office. Oh man. I'm definitely getting ready to. You must be getting tired. You're 5 hours ahead of me. That's 5 a.m. in the morning where you are, isn't it? Thought I was an owl. You are too. You want a reliable copy, you need to save as a PDF. What is specific about PDF is that the document itself contains all the information required to reproduce the exact same thing anywhere else. Yeah, but I don't think that would solve the issue I just had because I did a formatting error somehow. Some kind of formatting error. And added that thing there, and I don't know how the PDF would have turned out the way it was. If it would have, I don't think it would have fixed the error. It would have probably printed out exactly what I got printed out. You probably would have made it as a PDF. I use PDFs a lot. IBH. LibreOffice is fairly good at reading MS Word. Well, if it's like OpenOffice, I know OpenOffice. Well, I kind of figured you were back since you said hello. I know I'm getting tired, but I did figure that part out. I'm glad you're back. Get all your little chores done, or whatever it is you had to do. I remember with OpenOffice that you could open Microsoft files and you could save it back, but it had some issues when it tried to do it, I know. Because my friend built me a computer and he doesn't pay for things, so he put OpenOffice on there because it's free. So that's what he used. And so I got used to using Open Office because I really couldn't afford to pay for what they were asking for Office at that point. Now it's not that bad. It only costs me what? I think it's $7 a year to get all the Office document, Office, all Microsoft Office, including OneDrive, which I wish I knew that I didn't have to buy, went and bought a external hard drive because I wanted to save my files and those little USB things weren't working. And then I go come to find out everything was on OneDrive. As soon as I opened OneDrive on my new computer, everything was there. I'm like, well, I wish I had known that. I had just spent, what, $70 on an external drive I didn't need. Because OneDrive is cloud-based. As soon as I signed in, everything was there. Had to do some and take a, I guess that's shower. Had to do some, I don't know what it is. That is. Oh, that laundry. To make it a little bit bigger. I think that's this laundry. Then take a shower, I guess. I finally got a chance to eat my chicken. And then my blood sugar dropped right in the middle of practically reading Greg's story. And I had to make a mad dash to try and stop it before it dropped any further. And everybody's tired tonight. It seems like everybody's just, oh, I'm tired. I think I want to go. Man, we're all having a problem here. Everybody's tired. Well, what are we doing, guys? Are we writing anymore? Are we doing anything? Are we going to bed? I decided that I'm working through my Project WB. I guess that means you're working on the project. If I understood that right. um, so start another sprint. Greg says I'm about to sign off. I did enjoy the sprints. I am just waiting now for my backup to upload into the cloud. Bye now. Okay, bye. BH is staying up until she can get her laundry into the dryer. Nothing jumped on me. I didn't even see that part. So how much longer do you have, BH? So I don't know if I should start another sprint or what. Oh. Hmm. No, I just started the washer, so time. All right, I'll start one more sprint and see what we got then. 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oops. What did I do? I post that? Didn't mean to. I got a comment on something, and I didn't know it was posted. It shouldn't have been posted. Oh, it's they all in public. Oh no, they weren't supposed to go public. Wow. They went public, and I had a ton. For me, there were a ton of views, more than I normally get, and they weren't even supposed to be. They weren't even supposed to be public. I didn't even put. Oh man, I was going to redo that, but I don't want to take them down now because they've got likes on them. And one's got a comment on them. I made a couple of videos. Yeah, I made a couple of videos. Usually when you send them to YouTube, you upload them, they're unlisted. Nobody sees them until you put them public. So I made two, and they were screwed up. But I didn't think there was any problem because, hey, it goes up unlisted. I just go and delete it. And I just looked at it, and both of them, one had 8 views, the other one 6 views. One had a comment on it, and they weren't supposed to be posted because I didn't put them public. They're not even edited yet. I mean, they're just great. They were both screwed up. And nothing I can do now, and they got all these I got all these reviews on it. I mean, all these, views. So I don't want to delete them. Why would somebody listen to both videos? They were both screwed up. I was going to just redo the whole thing. And I got likes on it. I don't usually get a lot of likes, and I actually got likes on it, and the thing was screwed up. How in the world did it get set to public? I mean, it's not even set up. I don't have the description or nothing on it. I mean, one has a title of a bunch of scribbly letters because I wanted to tell myself that I didn't want to use that one. So that's how I tell myself it's a bad, is by putting just a bunch of scribbly letters in there. And, it's not a word or anything. So I know it's not to be used because it's screwed up. Yeah, isn't that interesting? I did screw up. One of them, the doggone phone rang right smack in the middle of it. Besides, I was still trying to figure out how to use that support thing. So, of course, it wasn't lined up right. And there was trash or, junk around the outside of it. And I didn't move it far enough away, and it showed up in the video. And then the phone rings all of a sudden, and I made a comment. I said, "Oh, there goes that video," or something like that, because the phone rang, and here it always went to list unlisted. It never went to publish. So why is it published? And it published both of them. And I've got likes and views on both. We'll leave this. I can't even run them through the edit thing now. Because if I do, then I lose all those looks, you know. Yeah. One is G8. Yeah, I just hit a bunch of letters. That means no good. The other one was a possibility, but then the phone rang. Or maybe the phone rang and the one that's, I don't know. I don't know what just happened. That's why you don't mess with these things, because you definitely mess something up. Well, I didn't do it. It's not supposed to make it public. You're not supposed to, you have to literally go in and hit publicize. It doesn't just do it automatically. Yet these both publish themselves. I didn't do it. Oh man. Unless I wanted to get the information, what I could gather together before I posted that video, you know, the different links that I could find for the people I used in my video. I was going to add that in there. And I mean, I can still add that stuff. I can edit it, but it wasn't supposed to publish. And now it's published with likes and views on it. So taking it down would just do worse than leaving it up and letting it go the way it is. I want to listen to it. I'm going to mute this. So. Oh, gee, I had the mic on. That's right. I'm busy talking to nobody. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it did it what it did. It doesn't have, it doesn't have a thumbnail. It doesn't have anything. I don't know why it did it. I don't, where all those people came from and left. Somebody left comments. Somebody else liked. Two people liked it. Somebody left comments. And I just have to deal with it tomorrow because I am so tired now. I fell asleep watching the video. So I don't even know exactly what the video is like because I fell asleep. So I am going to give up now. I am going to stop. It's 5 hours. It's a short one for me, but I can't stay awake any longer. I might as well just go to bed, and I gotta put that chicken away too because it'll be bad if I leave it out all night. I gotta go put the chicken away. Well, I'll end up eating the chicken. I don't know. I'm not. I'm. Do I want to put that little bit of chicken away, or do I just want to eat it now and be done with it? I don't know. But I'm going to bed. It is weird. Yes, it is acting weird. So I'll see you another time. So good night. All right. Good night.